Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Welcome, Sishian, hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and we are back. What day of the week is it even? I think it's Thursday? I've lost track already. Oh my word, it's Thursday. Yikes, where did the week go? Wow. How is everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Hehe. I actually need to see, can I do the thing to support my thumb again today? Not how I did it yesterday, because that did not work. I'll just be careful with it. Alright, so, today we are continuing with the Marius Ajaxon rig with the art layers by J. Shiro. So we are going to be diving into that really soon, but before we do, I just want to talk a little bit about a cool new thing. So I literally just posted about it, like, in the minutes just before stream started, whereby it seems that one of my social media platforms, Blue Sky, has had an update literally today, and it's now got go live notifications. So you can have an indicator button on your Blue Sky profile that tells you now that you are live on Twitch, effective immediately. And unfortunately, it is not an automatic thing. You have to go through the mobile app and tell it, hey, I am now live. And it's got a maximum stream duration option of like 4 hours. My 6-hour marathons on average. My 5-6 hours of average stream time. I will have to make sure to double check in on that regularly. But it's cool that we've got it. I hope that they improve on it with feedback from people over time. I'm sure that they will. But it's really cool that that option now exists. Like, Blue Sky is growing up really quickly, and it's a joy to see that the platform is starting to become really solid. So if you have not yet considered checking that place out as an alternative to X Twitter, then please by all means do so, because it has a very similar look and feel without a lot of the chaos. It's still got a little bit of a smaller user base, but artists are jumping ship to that side really quickly, and as soon as corporations start seeing that, hey, the actual user base is big enough to validate jumping ship as well, then it's gonna jump ship too. We just need to prove that it is worth it. So it's a nice spot. I am really enjoying it there, and yeah, it's cool that it's got new features. It's cool that it's got new features. Right, but we are not here to talk about Blue Sky. We are here to work on Live2D rigs. We have also figured out what the issue was with the rotation deformers, so now I can actually make the things now, I think. Let me just doubly check that it has not done the stupid again in the meantime. No, it has not done the stupid again. I can now make rotation deformers. So our chaos from yesterday is now no longer an issue. Yay. So we will actually be able to go full steam ahead with this rig, which is really exciting. Really exciting. So let me just make a note over here about start time. It is 53. Okay. That's it. Jot it down. I will make sure to come back to that when I finish for the day. And let us dive right in to the madness. There we go. And where are my glasses? Over there. Yes. put those on in real life as well. There we go. Okay. So, yesterday we finished off with our head turns already largely in place and functional. We also have the eyes pretty much working and the mouth pretty much mostly working. But I have double checked with Morris, and we are going to be adding in the alternative phoneme-based mouth shape, so I'm going to be working on that today, as well as the rest of the rotation deformers that I need for the rest of the basic main movements to work. So we're going to dive straight into that, I think. Let me just put that on so that I've got a little bit more contrast so you guys can actually see me against the background. There we go. And let's come back and do the thing. So first things first. We take the head container, and this, does this include the neck? No, it does not. Okay, so first thing we're actually going to do is we're going to take those expression layers and we're going to be gone with those because we're not going to use that version. I have a new PSD that I'm going to pull in for that. Because I have made a couple of extra cuts so that I've got some options over there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go put this inside a head Z, create, and then the head container itself goes away. Head Z comes down to about there. That comes down, and that comes down like that. And then we make this 8 degrees, 8 degrees, and then this one is going to be -8 degrees. Okay. Collapse that, grab that and that, and put a neck rotation, create, pull that down, pull that down, and on head Z we're gonna go nope. And -6. Okay. So then if we come here again, we now have a much more fluid look on our head turn immediately. Amazing what a rotation deformer does. Straight away. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab everything that is upper body. So, not including the PNG, upper arm, lower arm, hand, pelvis. We're not going to grab the leg. We're not going to grab the foot. We're grabbing the torso. We're grabbing the tail. Okay, and all of that is going to go in another one, but what I want to do is I want to grab the neck rotation and I want to put it in here first and call this one body Y, create, and drop all of that in manually. Okay, and we're gonna have this. Right, PNG. Just reduce this opacity down to like 20. Lock it so that we can't get confuzzled. So we've got some vertical movement that we can build into the thing. There we go. So when we come over here, we're going to then duplicate this one, and this is going to be body Y, okay. And output settings, that's going to be body Y. No. Am I being the dumb? Am I being the dumb? Yes, I am. Delete that one until further notice. Okay, that's going to behave more like it will in reality. Straight away. Already, we've got a lot of bounce and fluid movement going on. And we have barely started. This is only day 2 of this rig. Let's remember that. This is only day 2 of the rig. So, now we're going to grab the leg over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put this one in a warp deformer, and I'm going to call this one leg body Y. Create. Okay, it does not need 2 values. It does not need that many horizontal divisions. I do want a little bit more in the length there, just like that, I think is good. Okay. And then what we do is we put our 3 parts down there. When the body goes up, the leg comes up. Let's just hide the hand for a second there so that we can get the matching to appear properly. Yeah, makes sense. And then here, what we're going to do also get the matching to pair up properly. On this side. was a bit of a knee action. There we go. So when we pull that in here, that's already going to have a lot more going for it. Okay, nice. Next, we go into next we go into our ear. What I want to do is between the fizz Y and the head XY, I want to add a rotation deformer. And this is going to be ear rotation, create. Just like that. And this I'm going to link to our brow form. And what we're going to do is just give a little bit of expressive movement to the ear. Not much, but something. All right, I wanted this on mouth form, not brow form. So what we're going to do is we're going to go change and put this on mouth form. Like that. Posing and check. Also, it's a subtle thing, but I think it is worth a little bit. Okay, with those at the moment. Okay, it's subtle, but it's there. Do you see it? It's just a little bit of an expressive add-on. Makes it a little bit more altogether there. All right. So with that being sorted, we can now move on to this. Okay, so this is gonna then be ear STB. Grab all of that, go copy, collapse, paste, modeling, edit form, flip, edit X. Okay. and rename this to hierarchy. Okay. So now we have an issue. And that issue is that the irritation broke things. So put that in there. Put that in there. Put that in there. Try this again. Now that looks like it'll be a little bit more appropriate. Okay, it looks like we've now got our it looks like we have our ear behavior on the head turns back. Great. So the former hierarchies, man. The former hierarchies. Yeah. It is now functioning properly again. Cool. Next. Collapse that. Drop that in there. Drop that in there. Okay. Next thing to deal with is going to be our chin lines, which is going to be a reverse mask, which will be connected to that. So we're going to grab chin line mask, copy. We're going to go to head outline, and we're going to paste that, not that many times. There we go. And it's going to be an inverse mask. Take that and make its opacity 0. Okay. And now this is going to be associated with the head Y parameter. So that's going to go there. And when the face is in the center, we're not going to see it. Are we sure that this is a head Y issue? No. Or is it head X thing? Either way, I still want to adjust the chin. I personally think it actually looks better without the mask, but anyway. There we go. Yeah, I actually personally think it looks better without the line being taken away in this particular case. Okay. It exists. We'll come back to that, potentially. Let's just see how that looks over here. Really max out our movement range. There we go. That looks good. That looks better. Okay. So here, I need to bring the corner of the chin up a bit more because it's still actually a little bit too it was a little bit too pointy there still. Just had a bit too much room. And just flip this over as well. I think that's about the only time where I think it would be marginally useful. Okay, so that's that. The next thing that we need to do is start with our hair pieces. So this is going to be a head XY. I am going to do 3 there, and this is going to be 10 by 10. Create. Let's just make it a little bit tighter. There we go. And apply here. One just needs to get the sense that there is in fact something happening. But what I do want to do is take each half and compress it a bit on the opposite side. Motion mirroring, okay. So it feels like it's actually going a bit behind. There we go. And now I'm going to put this in a hair container. Create. And that I'm going to make just a bit bigger. There we go. So that all of our hair parameters go into that little box. Okay. So I think the next thing that we're going to look at is going to be our bangs and such, but what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the horns. So let's hide. Hide that as well. Okay, let's look at a landmark. The bottom of the horn is basically aligning with the center of, with the inner edge of the pupil here. So we use that as a foundation. There we go. And there we go. Just give it a little bit of perspective shift. because this horn is on a single layer, I've not got very many options in terms of how to make it look a little bit more three-dimensional. All right, now we're going to just go in here and we're going to go synthesize corners. Okay, and hope that this works. Ish. It works-ish. But not really. Okay, so copy, paste, rotate, bring it down. And you know what I'm actually gonna do? Select everything. And we're going to start with the extended interpolation. So we're going to be ellipse interpolation. 3 points is enough. Okay. Okay, that works on that side. Copy there. Paste like that. And paste like that. Now we check to make sure it doesn't slide too much. Okay, now we see that behaves in here. So far, so good. Okay. Now what I want to do is we want to put this on a X, and that can be like 2 by 10 and 2 by 20. Two by 16. 16 is a good number there. Okay. Compress and compress. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to come to here and I want to make sure that all of these are blend shapes. Bother with that one because it's not blending with anything, it's just that on its own. Okay, now we take that and we go. No, before I do that, let's do this. So we're going to start down here. And let's go like so. Okay, next one. Okay, fine. Just so that we've got an even number to work with. Over here, gonna start. Like that. Like that. Next. Undo. Okay, that's the next one. Actually, like that. Okay, next. My life got infinitely better once I determined that doing physics from the bottom upwards was easier than the other way around. Right. I'm definitely going to need to tone these down, but it's fine. It's better to have a more drastic movement that you can tone down than need to start from scratch because you did too little the first time. Okay, yeah, definitely going to need toning down. But before we do that, we're going to go in here, physics settings, and we are going to add a new physics thing. This is going to be a X. It's going to be on head input. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pendulum pieces. We don't need body inputs. That can go all the way up, that can go all the way up. Here, add outputs, we're gonna go collapse, 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 collapse. This is here X, so all of the X parameters, okay. Increase outputs to the maximums. All right. So that works. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go copy paste. Put that inside. This one is going to be phys y. Edit parameter. No. Change. Phys 4y. Change. Phys 3y. Change. Phys 2y. Change. Phys 1y. Okay. And we're going to go reflect. Reflect, reflect, and reflect. Okay, physics settings, duplicate, call this one here Y. Okay. Input is angle Y. Yes. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now we've got phys x, phys y. Now we need to put a gravity in here. Like so. And the gravity deformer is based on the head Z movement. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to go make that brush nice and large. Select like so. And just have that follow gravity a bit nicely over here, like that. And we want that all upright as well. Okay, and then the lot of that goes into this is a 1 xy, create, collapse that, collapse that, collapse that, collapse that, collapse that, collapse that, collapse that. Here 1 xy goes into the hair container. There we go. And now what we do is we go here, hit X, click, make it just a bit broader, and pull that across. All right, that will do the trick there. That will work. Now I hit Y. All right, that will work. That will work. And I'm gonna undo that, because the day that synthesized corners actually do what I want them to do, I will be surprised. Get rid of that one for now. Okay, and now we go to that 0.5. All right, now we check over here. Okay. We're getting there. Now what I want to do is I need to make a duplicate of this. But what I need to do is I need to make a copy of the face and head outline together. So we're gonna go file, save as Mario masks. Actually, no, I'm not. I haven't pulled the expressions layer in yet, so I'm going to do that. So here we're going to go outside of the toggles. We're going to go like that, and we're going to go grab everything outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, fill. And call this one mid turn hair mask. Okay. And we're gonna go save. And let me just go over here and make sure that we are in Live2D mode, so that when I do this and quickly navigate to the folder where I can pull the file in place. Here we go, here's Mari's folder, expressions.psd, drag you in, add all this new art mesh. There we go. Close the folder and switch on monitor mode again. All right. Now this one goes into the face folder right there. We grab these lines, copy all those vertices, and we paste on the mask, and we make that opacity 0. Grab head turn mask, come to hair 1, clipping ID, reverse. There we go. So now that is working there. Now what I want to do is we want to go hair mask. Create. I do not want that many of those. I do not need that many of those. Actually, I'm going to not edit that at all. Otherwise, what's going to happen is I'm going to have conflicts. And that's going to be on the head X. So here, it needs to be all the way to the edge. Here, it needs to be all the way to center. Here, it needs to be all the way to center. And that modeling parameter motion mirroring. Okay. It's not going to behave the way I want it to. Actually here, I'm gonna go edit, revert to original. And just squish the entire thing from both sides the same way. Like that. And I'm gonna go Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. No, Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. And 0.49. That. There we go. So now, the same thing here. Adjust 0.48 and 0.5. Okay. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. So now our mask will work. There, great. Calyx, hello, hello. A wild reappeared. It's good to see you, Calyx. Hello, how are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Let me just reshuffle something here real quick. I missed you, bro. I haven't caught a stream in ages. Oh, thank you, Calyx. Yeah, I actually had a unexpected month-long hiatus, courtesy of tiling my house. It's been wild. I did not expect to not have access to my computer for an entire month, basically. But we're back. So you have not missed much. I really did not expect the madness that did occur to occur, but I'm grateful that it did. I'm grateful that it did. General quality of life has had massive improvements. And you know what I just realized? We have gone almost an hour and a half of stream, and we haven't had a single hydrate. And I think half of it just got to do with the fact that I forgot to top up my water bottle before we even started. Whoopsie. So I have an empty water bottle next to me. Oh dear, that is not going to do. That will not work. File, save. So I think we should quickly top up our hydrates and then actually do a hydrate, and then I'll remember to switch on my timer. Because I so very, very much did the dumb. I so very, very much did the dumb. Oh dear. We call that a little case of ring rust? Ring rust? I'm confuzzled. I am much confuzzlement. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Calyx. We're literally halfway through January. How are we still doing Happy New Year's? But no, it's good to see you. I appreciate you coming by. We are on day 2 of another VTuber rig. And so far it's going pretty well. Although I think I just saw a glitch. What glitch did I just see? This is too narrow. Think? It's the first time I've seen you since last year. Yeah, but still. Am I being the complete and utter dumb? Oh, come on. Why? Okay, fine. Nope. I must not try and shortcut this. Toaster, hello. Welcome in and thank you for the save. And also, Alex, hello. How's the model coming? It is coming along. I am now moving on to hair physics, but I've just also realized that I completely forgot to top up my water bottle before starting the stream, so I am ultra quickly going to run to the kitchen, top up my water bottle, and then we're going to have a hydrate, and then we continue. But Toaster says, I finished my exam. Passed it! Yes! One more module left. Well done, well done, well done. That is epic work. Great job. Great, great, great job. I'm proud of you. That's a huge thing. You are getting closer to the finish line. Well done. Big applause to Toaster. So close. Eee. Excites. Big excites. Very, very, very big excites. Alright. Yes, so I'm just gonna quickly go and grab some water. For Twitch, I'm gonna run an ad while I'm running for the water as well, because I don't want it to run in a stupid time. So I will be back momentarily. Just gonna acquire the hydration so that we can actually do the hydrates. One moment, please. Alright, I have returned. Okay. Hydration is acquired. And we are back. Right, so with that said, let us just prepare in anticipation for the next one. There we go. And everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. I knew something was missing. I knew something was missing. Also, I'm just going to temporarily switch name because I am full. And I can switch that on when my computer gets loud again later. Okay, yes, okay. So we are going to completely clear and redo that. Okay, never mind. So this copy, paste. But why is it shrinking when it pastes? That's why. It's because it's inside. It must not be inside when we do the copy across. That is why it is breaking. Okay. So, copy, paste, here, change x1, change 2x, change 3x, change 4x. Okay. Here, reflect, 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 and reflect. There we go. Call this one is X. That one should still be functional, yes. Put that one now inside here. And test, does it still move? Yes. Great. And now we move that inside there. And now those should behave independently of one another. Great. Great, 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 great. Victory. Now we test. Yeah, we're going to need to tone down these parameters. We're definitely going to need to tone down these parameters. So we come over here. Halfway. Copy. Paste. 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 All right. Same on the Y. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Copy, paste, undo, undo, copy, paste, copy, paste. Okay, that's that one. Now what we need to do is test. Is that breaching the center line now? A little bit. Okay. So we're going to start at the top and make it even more subtle from here. So copy, paste, copy, paste. And here, copy, paste, copy, paste. Here, that's actually also still quite wild, so copy, paste, and copy, paste. Copy, paste, and copy, paste. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Copy, paste, copy, paste. All right, test. Okay. That is working. Fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Next. We do the same entire lot. But first, what I want to do is I want to go select child objects. Grab all of you. Copy, paste, edit form, flip, hit X, and hit Z. Yes, okay. Reflect, reflect, reflect. Reflect. All right. Tick. All right, that is behaving as expected. Nice. Okay. So now we're going to do the same with the horn. Copy. Paste, modeling, edit form, flip, head X, okay. Call this one head port, XY, okay. Check. So here, there is an issue where they're splitting more than they should be. I'll figure it out. But for now, let's continue with hair physics. So, number next. This 2 needs to go into... I'm actually going to just grab all of the hair pieces quickly and drop them into the hair container so that I have less that I'm fighting with. Okay. That'll do the trick. Because these two are the only two symmetrical pieces, I think. So next we go. Physics. Now here, let's make this one vertical. I think we'll want 12 of those. If I'm looking at that scaling correctly. Now this physics is going to behave a little bit differently from the other one because it's side-swept and it's actually being caught by the horn. So we only really have the bottom little bit on the X, maybe 2. So that's gonna be nope, clear it. Not happy with that at all. Okay, I'm actually gonna go put this on X3. And on X4, we're just gonna grab that little bit. Even less pronounced. Okay. And now we go. Is Y. Create. Make it tight. Okay, then here. Copy that. There we go. Okay. That will do the trick there. That'll do the trick there. Okay. I don't think there is scope for more physics than that on these. Gravity. Create. Make tight. Right, and then this is A2. Right. Okay, now, yeah. That should work that way. And then like that. Should work as well. Okay. Now, let's see what I can do about correcting that, because that is an issue. I think the issue is actually on this side, so copy, paste, edit form, flip. That's a little bit more consistent. Okay. That's a little bit more consistent. Okay, now. Yeah, what we're gonna start with. Something like that. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Yeah. Okay, so on this one, the phys X and Y are a little bit strong still. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Here, check. There we go. Okay, that works. Now, grab the lot of it, copy, paste, modeling, edit form, flip, like that. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and let's take a sip. There we go. How's the timing on that? Just as we finish a task. Nice. Don't you just love it when things work out just so? All right. And that's the next timer. Ready to go. There we go. Okay, so we still need to flip the hair physics on this one. So that one, reflect. That one, reflect. And last check. Yeah. Now that is functional. Awesome, 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 awesome. Getting there. And this is going to be hair 4. And hair 4. XY. Okay, and then the next bunch are all in between bangs. Okay. So, the physicsing is doing the thing. So, there's X, I don't think we're gonna need 10 in the width here. I think maybe 4 is more than that. It's good. Let's go with 12 here. 1 is enough there, and 3 should do the trick. Let's make this 18. And 4. There we go. That'll work. Okay. And then add that in place like so. Cool. So, first things first, at the bottom. Next, something like this. I'm definitely going to be toning this one down quite significantly. Immediately. Number next. We are slowly but certainly plowing our way through the slot. Okay, I think this last one is not gonna need very much. that. And like that. Alright, let's just see. It's not going to be in the right place, but... Okay. I might need to turn that down further, but it's fine. Copy. Paste. This is going to be fizz Y. Change 1Y. Change 2Y. Nope. Change 3Y. Change 4Y. Okay. Reflect. 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 Okay. Drop that inside. Test. Okay. And next we go gravity, create, make it tight. Head Z. Okay, and then rotate that. There we go. And finally, this is here 5xy. Create. And then we go here. Okay. That's mostly getting there. That will work. I gotta go sleep. Hope the stream goes well. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your stopping by. Thank you for the lurking. I appreciate it very, very, very much. I hope you rest very, very, very well. And I shall see you not on Sunday because I'm playing Enclave for the first time, the tabletop RPG. I shall see you then on Monday. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Okay, so here we can see an issue on the head turn hair mask that I need to address. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now, we come back to this hairpiece for the y-axis. Ish. Ish, maybe? No? Okay, that will work. That will work. Over here. We are slowly but certainly getting through this. Okay, so. Now we test. Okay. That seems consistent. All right. That's that piece sorted. Happy, 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 happy. Okay. It's surprising that we are officially halfway through the hair now. Crazy. And it's not even midnight UTC yet. Good grief. Save button. Before anything else, save button. All right. So next part that we're gonna do is that side. Create is X 1 by 4 by 3 by 16. Create. And we make it tight. Just like so. Citrina, yay! Yes, halfway, halfway. Thank you for the motivational light sticks. We appreciate the cheering on. We really, really appreciate the cheering on. The hair is one of those things that generally takes quite long on the process. Almost as long as the meshing, but not quite. Depending on how long the hair is. The short hair with a manageable 4 physics sections is a nice change of pace. I will not lie, it's a nice change of pace. So here we're gonna go add to the physics parameters. I'm just gonna collapse the rest of these because otherwise I feel messy. There we go. So we're gonna start at the bottom. My hair was a lot and it has many, many, many layers, so I feel bad for Lychee Papa. Oh dear. Yeah, I can totally understand how your hair would have all of the layers. All of them. Oh my word. Kudos to Lychee Papa for sticking with it, powering through. No. Undo, 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 undo. There we go. We want to be over here for this one. Thank you! Coffee delivery time, yay! Greatly, greatly appreciated. The hair physics are looking great so far, thank you! That is definitely getting toned down immediately. Okay. And then on to number next. Here we start adding the sway. There we go. That works. Next. I just got smacked in the face with the most amazing spell of dizziness. Wow, that was out of nowhere. Julie. Was wild. Oh no, not the random dizziness. I had that earlier. Yeah, it is just out of nowhere, just smacks you in the face and makes you wonder what in the blazes is going on here. Which way is up? Okay. And test. Yep, that works. Now another one. This is going to be gravity. Create. Make it tight. Put it on the head Z. And almost. Got it. Like so. Good. And place like that, yeah? Okay. Gravity in place. However, for some obscure reason, I had that inside the physics layer. That won't do. And that was a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. My dad literally just delivered coffee. Yay! So I am on a nice, toasty, fresh cuppa. What's everyone else drinking? Ooh. Oh, that's comfy. Oh man, that is so comfy. Oh, necessary. Water? Ah. Old standard. The great faithful hydrate of utmost renown. Ooh. Holding this mug is really, really balmy on the pad of my thumb right now. When I was doing all of the painting and things and scraping and it was a lot of heavy duty grip work on tools for which I had not really given my thumb chance to recover before getting back into drawing and things. So my thumb is really, really tired on my dominant hand and a little bit achy. So this warmth is really comforting right this very moment. It's super, super comfy to just hold this warm mug for a moment. I'm going to enjoy a little bit more of this coffee while it's still warm. I don't want to let that warmth and coziness go to waste. Have you guys ever had your hands go numb from work of various descriptions, or achy from various descriptions of work? Like just your knuckles start seizing up. Or is that just a high dexterity, repetitive stress, injury sort of madness that I am now all of a sudden starting to develop? No, I don't want that to be a repetitive stress injury. poor thumb. I know exactly that feeling. It usually happens to my pointer finger when I write. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Yeah, if you press with a lot of pressure when you're writing, I can totally see how you can get that sort of a pressure injury on your knuckles. I just hope that it doesn't take a ridiculously long time to recover. I've got things I want to draw, man. I got things I want to draw. But no, I will smother it in anti-inflammatories and wrap it up good and proper so that while I am not streaming tomorrow, and through as much of the weekend as possible, I can actually force the thing to rest and not be bent and compressed all over the show. It's because I write in cursive. Oh, yeah, that I understand that. I understand that. I don't know if I'm weird, but for me, when I do my writing, or any of my high dexterity grip work with pen or whatever, writing, drawing, the majority of the driving power for how my hand moves actually sits with my thumb. Like, I've been trying to do as much of the big movement work with my wrist as possible, but the fine motor movement happens in the thumb, and it's just... Eric. Yeah, and anti-inflammatories and heating pad are great for pain, especially on the fingers. Yeah. I don't know for how long exactly, but I might be able to get access to a pulsed electromagnetic field therapy device for a little bit as well, which is going to also potentially be helpful. I'm still just figuring out the exact logistics of borrowing the thing. Because what that does is it basically triggers a biological chain reaction where it tells your soft tissues to just go straight into regen mode. That's the gist of it as I understand it, as it was explained to me. So, like... The person who explained it to me told me that it was originally used for, like, healing broken bones on racehorses or something. It's good for things like broken bones and ligament injuries and muscle tears and anything where your connective tissue needs help. That is a good technology to get exposed to, so I'm going to see if I can arrange it such to borrow a device for a little bit and see if I can put that on the area. And hopefully that helps too. So, hopefully over the course of the weekend I will actually get the opportunity to do that as well. Yes. Almost done with holding this cuppa for now. I just want to give the hand just a teeny little bit of a rest. Just a teeny little bit of a rest. Because you'd be surprised how much you hold, you use your thumb when gripping a mouse. Like, you don't think about it, but you're still supporting the body of the mouse with that thumb. It's quite wild. But no. We must continue on We are making strides. This coffee is not going to last through the entire duration of this hydrate. Okay. This cup is going away way too quickly. Why? Why is the coffee never enough? Oh. And thus, the coffee is gone. A moment of sadness. Why is the coffee gone? Yo. I don't blame you gripping the mouse and WASD. I know that feeling. Yeah. Yeah. The coffee did not survive the hydrates. It was necessary but short-lived. But alas, we must power on. The next hydrate timer is now set. And we forge ahead. Alright, so we have gravity in place, physics XY. Now we need this is 6XY. There we go, create. And we're just going to basically ease this curve into some semblance of sanity. Marius, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. In duplicate. Our commissioner is here, guys. Our commissioner is here. How are you doing? This is awesome. Hey, awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm glad you're liking how it's looking so far. We've made really, really good progress so far this evening in terms of putting everything together. Physics is basically in place. We are plowing through the last of the hair pieces at the moment, before going into expressions, which is the next thing I think on the cards. And then continuing with body parts as well. We are crazy close to being done, and that is a surprise for me. This is going a lot faster than I anticipated it would. Rose, hello, hello. This looks so amazing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we're making very good progress. I'm quite happy so far. You know what? I'm not happy with that though. Because it's interesting, once you've gotten a lot of the face pieces done, that is actually the majority of the task when it comes to one of these rigs. There we go. And we test. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to tone specifically the physics Y down on this. So, start over here. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. That's still too much. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. There. And test. Oof, also. Copy, paste. 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 Okay. Test. All right, that is working. Nice. Piece number next. This big one. Okay, wrappers for X. Create. Make it tight. We do not need 10 of those. Let's make that 3. You know what, actually, let's leave it on 10. And 4. Yep, okay. And apply physics at the bottom. Just like that. And on this side. Those look like they belong together. Happiness is awesome sauce. Okay. Next. This needs to not be 10. This needs to be 18. 16. There we go. Now we grab that. For number 2. Well, number 3, rather. Number 3. 1. Two. Three, okay, and the next. Up and across. And this is the last one on this parameter. So and lastly, there and like such. Okay. Now this, we go copy, paste, call it phys.y. Change 4y, change 3y, change 2y, change 1y. There we go. Drop that inside. And grab, call this one gravity. Create. Make it tight. Grab our brush, something like that. Go to head Z. Come this way. Make that nearest make no difference vertical. Get the line to not be weirdly bent too much anyway. And same on the other side. Vertical. And check. That maintained volume pretty well. Okay. And test. Save! Thank you, Mari. I shall do just so. Greatly, greatly appreciated for the reminder. Okay, we are good, we're good, we're good. Now, this is gonna be hair, 7, XY. Come over here and backspace. Create head X, like that. Putting everything in place. Odysseus, hello, hello! I can't read chat, why? Skating! Yeah. You have a live schedule for 2027, what's that for? That is basically a placeholder in which I throw my schedules, and if anyone wants to chat randomly at any point in time, they can do that there as well. That is what that particular one is. So where it says schedule in free chat, that live, that is legitimately just where you can check what is up, and where the and potentially chat with anyone else who happens to be on the page at the time, if you would like. But Elden Wild, thank you for the hydrate. We are about 15 minutes away from the auto hydrate, but thank you so much and welcome in. It is a pleasure to have you joining us. For anyone who is new, my name is Harrier Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and presently building the VTuber rig for Marius Ajaxon with model art, as you can see on screen, by J. Shiro. So we are doing really, really well so far. Progress is being made. And everyone, courtesy of Elden Wild, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Why? Because I'm not the only one who needs to stay healthy and hydrated. Thank you so much for joining us. How's everyone doing? And what are you hydrating with? I sadly finished my coffee 15 minutes ago-ish. So I am back on water as well. I'm going to need to rearrange my OBS interface again because that is not going to fly what it's currently arranged like. So I will figure that out. I will figure that out. It's not working for me. Something along those lines. Ish. Okay, that works. And on the Y. Slightly lower. Okay. Now we do corners. Something like that. Lazarus, hello. Welcome in. How are you doing? Ah. You're working on this guy's model? Yes, indeed. And it's going smashingly well so far, I've gotta say. We're making really, really good progress. I'm very happy so far. All right, let's see. Opposite side. That firstly needs to compress upwards. And pull that down. There we go. Yeah. Pull that down. Rotate like that. There we go. I like watching you when I eat. Oh, I am glad if I provide good dinner time entertainment. Do you know Has-Been? I know of Has-Been, but it's a media type that I am not comfortable with, so I am not... I do not engage with it. Personally. Okay, I think I might actually need to switch the Y on that one hairpiece. The Y physics on that one hairpiece. Because it is in fact not behaving as it should. So, come to hair, this is hair 5, fizz Y, reflect, 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 tone down, good grief, copy, paste, copy, paste, and reflect. Okay. And doubly check. Okay. Alright, that is working pretty well so far, I think. And there we go. There we go, there we go. Now, we've got to go with this one. 3 hair pieces left. 3 hair pieces left on the front hair, and then we have our physics and head turns sorted. And for anyone who's not sure and who has not been seen yesterday's progress, because we started on this yesterday, this is where we're actually at in terms of the rig. The plan is, after finishing the hair pieces, to do a little bit more work on the mouth, but I think let us do the expression parts first before we go back into the mouth. Because I did need to re-import the art layers for the expressions, because I needed to do a little bit of extra cutting for it to be a little bit more dynamic. But okay, it's starting to come together really well. Okay, we're getting places, we're getting places. Alright, so let's just make sure, reset everything to the default values, yes, okay. This is going to be X, that's going to be 3, that's going to be 1, that's going to be 4, that's going to be 16, create, good. Alrighty then, grab all of the X parameters, create. Nice. Now what we do is we come over to the bottom. Like so. Swoosh. And over here. Like that. There we go, nice, nice. Number next. Like that. Wait. There we go. Like that. And next one up is that way. And that is the hydrate timer. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and let's take a sip. And reset for our next auto hydrate. There we go. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There's X on that. Copy. And paste. Call it fizz Y. There we go. And change for Y. Change 3Y. Change 2Y. Change 1Y. Okay. Now here, that I want to reflect. 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 And reflect. Okay. Put that in there. Gravity. Create. Make it tight. Hit Z. Create 3. There we go. This way. Then this vertical. There we go. Okay, that works, that works, that works, that works, that works. All right, now, this is hair 8, XY, create, x-axis. Put that in there like so. Eek. That will work over there. That'll work over there. Okay. Next, Y. That works, okay. And now that. Okay. That's that side. Copy that. Paste it. So that did not end well. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Alright, now what we need to do is just double check everything. Test. I'm gonna need to turn down the fizz Y. Fizz X is okay. Fizz Y needs help. This one still needs help. So that one's okay. That one is not. And we test. Okay, that works. Cool. Now this is the last part of the bangs. Then it's just the antenna. Yeah, we're so close. We're so close. So very, 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 very close. Okay. We are very, very, very close. Okay. So 18. Hole. 1, 3. Is X. Create. Whew. Create parameters. Come over here. There we go. Okay. Number 2. That is already way too much. We are getting places, slowly but certainly. There we go. Last one on this parameter. Okay. Now, next. And last little stint. There we go. Now, what we want to do is we go copy, paste, call it phys_y, change 4y, change 3y, change 2y, change 1y. There we go. Put that one inside there. Okay. And gravity, create, make tight. All right. Hit Z. And adjust vertical. And adjust vertical. Okay. And this is here 9 XY. Create. Hit X. Okay, getting there, getting there. All right. Just the corners now. There we go. Prahazik, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Doing okay? That's good news. That's good news. Just checking if there's anything that looks particularly off or weird here on these physics. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. We are getting there. We are getting there. Okay. Okay. Last hairpiece is the antenna. Wahahaha. Is X. Now, this is going to behave a little bit differently from the others because it's a big horizontal thing. Okay. Now, let's see, we're gonna have that. And let's start there and see what we need. Firstly, make it tight. Like so. Okay. think we're only going to need 3 on the X. Okay, so there's X on that one. Okay, here it's gonna be up. And down. Why are you not on mute? Why are you not on mute, and why am I getting all of these notifications right now? Okay. Okay. That is now quiet. Right. Next is gonna be you. A little bit less. And that is our hydrate timer, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. And reset. Okay. Last one here. Okay. Gravity. Great. Okay, there we go. And then lastly, this is pair 10, XY. Create. Now what I want to do is I actually want to move hair 10 below the horns. So that it does what we wanted to do. All right, we are almost there. We are almost there. Flower, XY, 2 by 2. Create. Actually, no, 1 by 2. There we go. And this needs to go above here. 1. There we go. like that. And like so. I also want to apply the head turn mask to the flower, just in case. It clips through on physics. There we go. Okay. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Now, I'm going to need to do some little adjustments still to the hair back, I see, because it's not 100% doing what we need it to do yet on the hair back. Stretch, stretch, okay. And now that we've got the bangs in, it's a little bit more obvious that it's not. Because why? We had not actually done anything with the Y yet. So, modeling, parameter, motion mirroring, okay. Modeling, parameter, motion mirroring, okay. Now select everything that has that. And extended interpolation, ellipse, and 3. Okay. With the exception, I see, of you. That is looking good and fluid. I am happy. I'm happy with that. Awesome! Progress! Big progress. Nice, okay. Now, we said that the next thing that we were going to look at was going to be expression pieces. So let me just collapse the hair container, collapse ear starboard, collapse ear port. And all of that madness. That toggles folder goes away. This one comes down. Head turn mask can just hover out here. As with that. That one goes away. We go to our source images, grab this, grab both of those, dump those in there. Delete that PSD. And that is what we need for expressions pots. So let us do that. All of the pieces. Good grief. Okay. So let's grab the eyes hearts, the tears, and the eyes sparkle. And before I do that, let's go to the top of this one. This is this one, yes. Select child objects and delete that one for now. Come back to expressions. Eyes sparkle, tears. Drop those in eye starboard. Okay. Now, those two belong over here. And that's going to be for this. Create. Pull that out. Art viz. Create. Create iris viz. Create. So on sparkles and love, that gets two of those. On love, we get that. Here, that's opacity is on 0. And there it's on 1. There we go. Here on sparkle, that one's opacity is on 0. And there it is on 1. Okay. Iris viz. On this one, its opacity is on 0. This one, its opacity is on 0. And if both happen to accidentally get toggled on at the same time, its opacity is still 0. Okay. Now, this then comes into here, just above eye shine. And copy. You know what? I'm gonna take that off of you. There we go. That works. That needs to live also in the eyes folder between lash up and lash low, like that. So that when the blink happens, things happen along with it, but it needs significant meshing. This one needs meshing. So we start with getting rid of the rectangle. Okay, just like that. We'll do the trick. Tiers XY. Create. One. Like that, okay. Okay, I don't know what I just heard, but anyway. What is going on here? What just broke? My constitution does not agree with that kind of surprise. I very, very nearly went into a full-blown panic on that one. Whoopsie. Okay, and then this is going to be tiers viz Not visa. Create. And then on eyes open, we need that. Okay. Now, just so that it feels like there's some dimension on the cheek, I'm just going to give this a little bit of a bend. There we go. Moonshiro, hello, hello. How are you doing? Sorry I disappeared yesterday. No stress, no stress. Life happens. If you need to suddenly and spontaneously and without warning go do a thing, you gotta do what you gotta do. So don't worry about it. Okay, I cannot see what is going on here. I've not got contrast to my advantage. Okay. I've not got contrast to assist. Oh dear. My boss kind of ruined an okay day and it's affected 2 days in a row and I'm trying to decide what to do. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's never fun. That's never fun. I sincerely hope that you make your way through the chaos that has been flung upon you without wanting to do something despicable to someone's kneecaps. I wish you strength in getting through that. Okay, this is not gonna work. Contrast. Let me see if I can look at my environment settings. Is that coming up? Let's see. Window. That actually made me smile. Thank you. I'm glad if that helped in one way or another. Cancel. That did not help. Alright, that is a hydrate reminder. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I have no idea how I'm going to change this setting. For visibility. Canvas background color. Oh, that helps, that helps, that helps. That helps in general, actually. Whoa. That's definitely going to make life much more comfortable. I shall remember that. Look at you, now I can see contrast on this very transparent object. And you know what we never did? We never switched on our new hydrate timer. And Toaster, thank you for the save. We shall do so momentarily. There we go. Save. Right. There we go. That goes into like so. There it's on 0. There it's on 1. And I think this wants to be an add layer for extra shiny, maybe. Oh no, I'm going to leave it on normal because then it will still behave properly on transparent backgrounds. Probably a little bit. Let me just hide that for the moment because we still need to do some more work here. This needs to go into the face layer. Where are you? Head XY. There we go. That belongs in there. Now you and yeah, you are going to need copy, paste, get rid of everything above that line, get rid of everything below that line, like that. There we go. I want to add more resolution here. Okay. And this is gonna get blush correction. Create. That goes on head X. Okay. Modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. Okay, it's fine. And it also needs go. That'll do the trick there. Okay. Then we need Liz, create, blush, opacity 0, toggle on, toggle off. Okay. Come back to our tiers. XY. like that. That'll do the trick. Shy cute flower person. The high looking up. I don't think I've ever seen that in any VTuber. Yeah, the high lookup is actually really, really useful, especially if you've got tall setups. I like making it a lot higher than what I actually expect people to actually go. If I look at my own, I desperately need to update my own model. But I see a lot of people like just barely do any vertical movement in the upward direction. A lot of going down, but very little going up. In a couple of the models I've seen, which I find interesting because I personally think that it's probably a more necessary kind of movement. And also you see more of the facial deformation in the high up than when you're going low. Like, maybe it's just because I'm short, so I see a lot of people at a roughly that angle all the time, but it's like, I am used to seeing the bottom of a jawbone looking flat and straight. Yeah, I understand that. I get what you say. How's you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've got a little bit of a sore hand on my dominant hand. I think the painting and everything caught up with me. In terms of, you know, just general fatigue. But aside from that, I'm good. Aside from that, I'm good. Save button. There is stuff in the expressions that did not carry through. please take care. I had kind of still have information on the rest due to past work. Ooh, yeah. I am managing it. So I'm very much mindful of how can I phrase this? I'm very, very mindful of the potential for an injury of a nature similar to this to become a perpetual problem. So I am being very careful to make sure that I do what I can to protect what I've got. Because it is the sort of thing that can go away very, very quickly if one is not careful. And I do not want to lose mobility in my hand. That would make me incredibly, incredibly sad. Good. Yeah, no. I have heard horror stories of enough comic artists going and not being able to do the thing anymore because of a repetitive stress injury. Some artists that I really honestly love their work also suffered similar sorts of things, and it is not something that I want to play around with, so I want to give it a good rest. I have the option and that the opportunity that I'm working towards to be able to get a little bit of machine treatment on it with a pulsed electromagnetic field device somewhere over the weekend. I'm going to borrow something like that. So I'm going to give that a shot, see if that helps. It ought to. I mean, I've had soft tissue injuries before that technology's worked wonders for. So a strain injury like this, I think it should be fine. I mean, it's basically like a sports injury. It's in my hand and knuckle, not like a hamstring. Not medical advice, because not medical professional, and you don't give medical advice to anyone on the internet. This is true. Medically unethical to give medical advice over the interwebs, yes. Because you can't actually do a diagnosis over the internet, yes. They can be highly addictive, yeah? So pills... Injection to the joint, yeah. Ooh, yeah, if you've got a full carpal tunnel, that sort of thing, ooh, yeah. We've actually got a chronic cartilage problem. Yeah, I can totally imagine that sort of treatment being sometimes a necessity. I want to not have it get that bad, if at all possible. Yeah, no. Most of it is just in the muscle pad, but I have got a little bit in the last knuckle, before the nail bed as well. But I think with good rest, a little bit of PEM therapy, and generally just being careful to not squeeze anything too vigorously for the next couple of days, I should be okay, no problem. Relatively soon. I think it's just general fatigue. Okay, so I want to put the eyes above the hair folder. There is method to this madness. There is method to this madness, I promise you. Copy. Paste. %. And mirror edit off. Something like that. Sending good vibes. Thank you. Good vibes received and greatly appreciated. And you're getting good food and good eat and good rest. Thank you. Yes. I can safely say that the good food thing is a solid check off that list. The good food has definitely been happening. I have been eating well. So that much I knew is safely taken care of. Copy. Paste. The rest is all just dependent on my discipline and my ability to just try to not do all of the things for like 2 days. You working on shinies? I am kind of going between like 3 jobs at the same time right now because I have the focus of a goldfish right now, apparently. And I can't remember what I'm doing at any point in time. Ah, fun. Okay. It's fine. Wait. Am I doing the dumb? Am I doing the dumb right now? Yeah, I'm doing the dumb right now. So I'm gonna undo that lot that I've just done. I'm not gonna do see-through hair this time. Because its build is not conducive to it. Goldfish, I was about to say bird. I know of birds that actually have a relatively good ability to focus, so that's why I kind of just did not default to bird. Hey, if you get work done, it works. Yeah, yeah. Who cares if it is completely random in order? I'm gonna put the lash up above that though. Let's see. Yeah, that works. And therefore, I'm also going to put that above there as well. This is not playing with. I dislike that clipping issue very, very much. Let's see. Copy. Undo. Undo. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Okay. This is just not liking the layer ordering. Save. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Moonshiro. I appreciate the save reminder. Okay. Just remind me where we're at right now. Okay. Okay, so I know where we're at now. Okay. Come here, grab that lot, put it 8xy. Boom. Grab you. Copy. Paste. Paste. And I'm just going to center you a little bit further down there. And that is a hydrate reminder. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. What's the time? Oish, okay. Just Toremin? I'm not sure what I'm reading there. I'm sorry, Moonshiro. Thanks, Laurel. Okay, anyway. Hydrate time. Hydrate time. Hydrate time. Okay. So there. Okay, let's see, how does that behave? Okay, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Okay. Now here, what I want to do is I want to put this on breath. So everything has an alternative position. Okay, so that's gonna auto breathe. That's gonna auto breathe. Which means when we come in here and we switch that one on, it's gonna behave like that. Great, that works. The sparkles need to come into the eye section now. Okay, so sparkles on. Where's our sparkles there? You guys need to come into eye starboard. Okay, and I will add the other sparkle layers in the next session because I need to add another PSD. Okay. So let's just take stock of exactly where we're at. Show the body. Okay, so I need to do one last thing here. And that is quickly do the tiniest bit of meshing. Okay. Put Y. Create. Okay. And what we're gonna do, ugh, this is gross, but okay. That's not my best deformation. Grab you, copy, paste. No. Copy. Paste. There we go. All right, total progress. We're there. Still much to do, but we're a great ways down the line. Much to do, but we're a great ways down the line. Let me think. I'm gonna go select everything here and just reduce that vertical value. It's easier to go down than to go up in those shoes, which are made out of wood. Can give a little bit of a deformation, but we don't want too much. Okay, I think this is the last thing we're going to do for today. And that is going to be skinning the tail here. Nope, undo, undo, undo. Okay. Now we take that entire lot. Okay. Okay. That should do the trick on those. Now what we're gonna do Okay, getting there, getting there. Hello, session. How are we doing? How are we doing? Hi. through this with the number of chain links that I've made? I wonder. I'm good vibing. What about you? What you up to? Okay, so what I'm busy doing, sorry, is I'm just quickly putting basically a skeleton on this tail, because that's what this thing is it's a tail. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to throw some parameter magic on that and hope that it works to get the tail to actually move. I'm definitely going to need more parameters than this. I'm gonna need at least another 2, I think. Oh no. No. Wait. One more. Okay. Select child objects, go here. Skinning. Hope that it works. Really hope that it works. Okay. Modeling, skinning, generate parameters. Okay. Add tail. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Input. It's gonna be on there. Okay. For now, actually, let's just put it on the breath. For now, let's just put it on the breath to see how it behaves. Output settings. Add. Okay. And put that on angle. Put that duration on 25. Put that shaking influence on 0.8. Output settings, increase outputs, yes. Add angle X as position. Reaction time, what does that say? Do that. Okay, almost done for the day. It's done for the day. Okay. I'm gonna leave it here for now. I'm gonna leave it here for now. Let me just see if I can get this a little bit more. No, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. Okay, that tail I will deal with. But we've got a lot of work done on the head. Happiness there. Expressions need some more tweaking still, but we're getting there. Yeah, the expressions can use some more tweaking still, but we're getting there. It's okay. We're getting there. Now I'm going to hit the save button and close before... before I end up sitting here again until sunup. Okay, closed. It is done. It is closed. No more this day. No more this day. Otherwise, I'm going to be hit all up. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for joining me in productivity. We have gotten a lot done. Once again. So we are actually a really thoroughly good way through Marius's rig now. So we are into final steps and polish now. I can't believe that it's not taken that long. It's amazing what happens when there's less physics. It's amazing what happens when there's a lot less physics. Then, skirts and ruffles that are long and long hair. Oh boy. It's so much less physics. Wow. Oh, and yeah, I've still got to do the new mouth, so. Time check. And I did hair fizz, expressions, head turns. Okay, that is basically what we got done today in a nutshell. Give or take a few little other extras here and there, but that's the main gist of it. Okay, all good. All good, all good, all good. Sorted. for this day. Note made. Everyone, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here, guys. It's going really, really well on that rig. So if I am struck with a maddening amount of productivity, I might actually put some more work in this over the weekend. Probably will. Probably will. Let's just be real. I probably will. At which point, I don't know if there will be a part 3 and 4 to this project. I don't know at this stage if there will be a streamed part 3 and part 4. I don't know if it'll even take that long. So in all likelihood, when we resume streaming on Monday next week, then we will probably... You saved everything? Yes, I did. Everything is saved and closed, so I can't accidentally keep working until I see the sun through the windows. Because that has happened while rigging before. So I will probably be back to work on Sishian's model come next week. Reminder, no stream on Sunday that you see on the schedule. I did put a notice on the YouTube post as well as a comment under the social media posts as well for that there is in fact no stream on Sunday because I am playing Enclave for the first time, and will possibly, if that does not go ridiculously long, I will probably have a guerrilla stream thereafter to report back and let you guys know how it went. But thereafter, it is back to regular programming for the duration of next week. And if I am okay in terms of timelines and deadlines, then come the week thereafter, we're actually going to finally start Where Winds Meet. If, big if. Because I did lose 2 weeks unexpectedly, that I want to catch up with as much as possible. So we shall see. In terms of deadlines, how am I actually doing? Next nearest deadline is 8th of February, and that's a Fugi. Then Sishian's rig is the 14th, and Mari's is the 18th, and then the 28th I've got to finish. I've got to have Zany done. I've still got Zany's outfits that is sitting staring at me. So I need to put some more iteration work in on that in between everything else. So once basically Zany's outfit design and these 2 character rigs and the Thugi in the queue are done, I have no commissions in the queue thereafter. So, if you are looking at something for your creative content madness that you would like me to produce, you will see that basically by mid-February my queue will be empty enough to have a solid idea that probably you will get it in March. Probably. Come mid-February it should be like that clear that you should be able to see what's going on. Unless something goes horribly wrong in my iteration of reality, which I'm going to try and avoid at all costs. Obviously, I do not want things to go wrong. So we are going to try and keep things tame and under control, as we do here. And yeah, I know I did want to do the price increases on my Legion. Basically, I wanted to have that done yesterday, but obviously that has not happened. So until such time as I let you guys know that it has happened. My current VGen prices are my current VGen prices, and I will be removing some service options. I will be adding some service options. I did want to do an alternative base for a Fugi as well, so I still need to develop that for a new your character here. But I'm also going to be starting to look at a couple of potential your character here illustrations that I can do as well. So I will put a couple of those together and see, okay, we'll brainstorm some ideas. We'll brainstorm some ideas in the Discord for that. For a couple of your character here type commissions that we can make available. Because that is something that I think I have not capitalized on enough, is the your character here type things. Especially with like big illustration type stuff. I also see something about a room decor. Yes. So I just want to see what the response on that is. Keep it in the server and casual, and 1 vote. Okay, so okay, so in the server we have a poll that's currently running. It's got 16 hours left on the poll regarding upgrades to my room in which I'm currently standing, because it is very basic, it is very default, it is exactly as I received it when I was brought into the Mistgard on day 1. It is exactly as I received it. I've done no customizations to my room, and frankly, I'm sad about that. I mean, we can do better. We can do better. I have decorated better for other people, but I do not know what my own vibes are for this. So I am planning a sort of a thing to get that a little bit more custom, but I need help because I am drawing a blank on ideas. So we are going to do something. I want to do it something that is a little bit more community centric, either which way. So I had 2 ideas, which is currently the poll in the Discord server, which is either to make the process of ideating what we do with the room a casual in Discord server affair where whatever, or if we are going to do it publicly over the YouTube community page or through the Blue Sky and Twitter submissions, where we actually have mood board submissions. So I'm not asking you guys to design a room, I'm not asking you guys for anything where you have to draw anything, just based purely on vibes. For me, what vibes you perceive from me, what sort of aesthetic would you design as a room for me? So it could be things like, it doesn't even need to be pictures of furniture or what have you, just like colors, textures, that sort of madness. If there's a pretty item that you think, oh, that looks like a very Harrier-esque decoration type thing, if you want to throw that in a mood board, basically. No minimum picture count, no maximum picture count, but the general rule would be no generative AI if at all possible. So yeah, that would be the idea in a nutshell. But we don't know yet if we're going to keep it casual and strictly in server, or if we're going to actually make an event out of it and actually do a showcase of all of the different mood boards that we get and pick and choose and see, oh, this is the Harrier aesthetic. Because guess what, guys? I literally have no memory before joining the Mist Guard. I do not know what my aesthetic is. I have no idea what my aesthetic is. Which is why I need your help, because I ain't got it figured. I ain't got it figured. I know I am not a resident of this planet, and I know I get the mecha wings going on. But beyond that, and the color scheme, that is the black and the green, I do not actually know what my aesthetic is. It's kind of wild. It's kind of really, really wild. I know personally I am fond of metal things. I'm more fond of shiny metal and glowies than I am of like crystals and sparklies. That's the thing that I know about myself in terms of decor preferences. But beyond that, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. So, yeah, we're going to do a mood board type event. Exactly how I'm going to organize it, I don't know. Literally, I just had the idea today. I literally just had the idea today. So I've had no time yet to formalize, okay, this is how we're going to set it up and give you guys more solid information on it. But yeah, we've had the casual briefing now. We've now had the casual briefing. So once we know if we're going to keep it casual or make it a showcase type decision, community event type thing, then I will make a graphic for it with rules and what we're looking for and everything to make it easy for you guys to find it, and make posts about it in all of the places. So on X, Twitter, Blue Sky, and on the YouTube community page. So that is going to be the plan in a nutshell, roughly. Very, very roughly. Mood boards. Because the room needs upgrades. Desperately. I am so default. I am so default. Yeah, so irk. You need to spend a day in the shopping district. It's good. Somehow I'm terrible at interior decorating rooms. Yeah, let's put it this way. I have not played a great number of games, but like, once upon a time I did play quite a bit of Genshin. A little bit. And when we got the housing system in Genshin, I looked at it. I was like, well, I'm just gonna throw all of the furniture in this place so that I can get the payouts from our little teapot guardian, and then hang the aesthetics, because I'm not actually going to be in this space. I'm not actually going to be in this space, because like decorating things is in a game is like, my idea of decorating something is, as far as my history of interior decorating goes, is what articles do you absolutely need? What have you got what have you got that needs to be in this space? Make it fit. Not make it look good, make it fit. You've got these things, make them fit. So in terms of actually making something aesthetically pleasing, I've not yet actually had the opportunity to experiment on that front yet. So this is going to be a first for me for actually decorating a space for me. And yeah, it's kind of wild. I'm a bit bitter in side games with provided items. That's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah. Yeah, housing systems in games, I don't really pay much attention to those. I don't know. It does not come natural. It does not come naturally to me. So, I will I will definitely appreciate you guys' assistance on that front. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. If you guys want to add your decision weight into whether or not it'll be a community thing that we do publicly, or if it's just going to stay in my Discord server, then please join the Discord server so that you can make a vote. So the link is in my profile. You'll be able to find that relatively easily. The Discord name is Fort Misthaven, and the poll is in the general channel. You are going to need to verify yourself in the onboarding process in order to be able to vote in the poll. So just bear that in mind. But yeah, come to think about it, my barracks room during my first enlistment was left largely default for 3 years. Wow. You know what? Fair. Fair. I can understand that. Like, I had my computer. What else did I need? Yeah, the bare bones decoration. The real people, thank you for the head pats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great to have you here. Yeah, no. So, we're gonna be decorating things. We're gonna be decorating things eventually. To just give you guys the heads up, I did build this room in Blender myself, so I am probably going to need to build the decorations also myself. Because I do want to actually keep the basic, how can I phrase this? I do want to keep the basic construction of the room the same, but I do think that it could use a little bit of sprucing up. It could use a little sprucing up. So, maybe some interesting lighting fixtures, maybe some, I don't know, plushies on the couch, I don't know. Plushies on the couch? I wonder. Maybe some pictures on the walls, maybe a paint job, maybe some texture on the bottom section there under the data rail. Who knows, maybe we paint the data rail. I don't know. We've got options, we've got options. Wall paintings, yeah, maybe, maybe. Designing stuff in Archaea is fun when it's out to build it in front of you. Doing stuff theoretically is harder and annoying. It can be exhausting. Yeah. Plushies of your VTuber friends or clients? I do know that I definitely want a Plumie plushie. I definitely want a Plumie plushie because I must feature Alshi somewhere, and therefore Plumie plushie is a requirement. I definitely think there are 1 or 2 other Oshi plushes I would like. 1 or 2 Plumie! Yes, I definitely want a Plumie plushie. But I definitely also think that I want to include something from some long-standing pillars of the community. So some of you guys who have been supporting me basically from day one. So like yourself, Krahazik, Zany, I definitely know I want to include a little nod that way. Citrina, I'd like to give a little nod to. Braid, something for Braid. You know, definitely I want to give some of the folks who I'd like to consider founding members of our little community and major pillars of support. I'd like to give you guys a little nod as well. So yeah. Because let's just be real, and I've said this before, but the majority of the folk that we have in our space at the moment were primarily clients. You found me, you paid me to make something for you, and for some obscure reason you decided to stick around, right? That's the case for a good number of you. And some of you guys came around via people who had commissioned me and decided to stick around. And some of you I know through Oshi's. So, like, Moonshiro and Citrina, I believe I know you via Vil. So it's like the lines of where people are coming from are starting to blur now. So I think it is time to accept that I am going to start forgetting that sort of a detail sooner or later. Because my memory is bad. It's not just before Misthaven, after Misthaven arriving here. My memory is bad. It's bad. I try to remember things as best as I can, especially things that have like emotional impact. But the finer details, I get lost very easily. I get lost very, very easily, and some of the times the information just bounces straight off my head. So yeah. There are some folk who I feel a little bit close to who I'd like to definitely feature. Some of the founding members of the community who I definitely like to feature. But like, as you guys know, I'm not really much of a gaming streamer, so it's not like I can make game references, because we've not really played games together, really, to a point where it's actually become like a running thing in our community. Like the most frequent game we've played is Final Fantasy XIV. And I'm not even halfway through A Realm Reborn yet in our completionist playthrough, so yeah, I feel really, really, really bad about trying to incorporate something on those fronts when we've not really done anything there yet. It's something that we've got to fix. It's something we have to fix, is to have some of those sorts of running things. Like, I think the closest thing to a running thing I don't actually know that we've even got running jokes in this community yet. Yeah, we just haven't got there yet. What Cross said, and you have a good mind and cool head and level head, and it's something that's needed in the interwebs in general. And now you're nice and explain and welcoming, so oh, thank you. Oh, I appreciate. I do not think I've even finished the base game content in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, so that's basically what our completionist run through is going through. It's going through A Realm Reborn, which is the base game, trying to get as much as we can get out of the free trial as humanly possible. That is what we're going to try and do. And we're still really early in that process. We're like really early in the process. We've still got a lot of MSQ to do. I've still got a lot of class quests to do. I've still got a lot of classes to even open up. I've got so many classes to still unlock. But I kind of half think that I want to do the full MSQ and all of my main classes' class quests before continuing to develop and unlock side classes and do side questing on that, because I think I'd really like to get to the point where I unlock flight on my chocobo before I spend hours and hours running around on a secondary and third class when I could do that when I've got speed on my side with flight unlocked. I think that is something that I want to do. Give me flight, gosh. That's what I wanted to get to. Is MSQ my way to being able to fly? Trying my best to get mount speed increased in all of the regions. Chocobos can fly? Chocobos can fly. After a realm reborn, they can fly. They can indeed fly. In the earlier days of a realm reborn, I don't think they could. Like way long ago, I don't think they could. But I do believe that was patched in relatively early. Because I think you had to get other mounts to be able to unlock flight. And that kind of made no sense because bird! So yeah, they unlocked flight for chocobos. Yeah. I think. I do not think I have any mounts at all. Oh, that means you've probably not even gotten to the My Little Chocobo quest in MSQ yet, which means you're really, really early in game. You've not gotten to the point where you join the Scions of the Seventh Dawn yet. I think I'm at level 14. Yeah, you are super, super, super early in game. You are super early in game. Granted that your character level and where you are in the MSQ may not necessarily one-to-one correlate, but like if you're level 14, you're probably like not yet. You've probably not even left your starter city yet, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think you would have left your starter city yet. If you were strictly doing MSQ. If you were doing side questing. I have left my starter city. Okay, you have left your starter city. Okay, then you're actually doing pretty okay. But if you have not yet joined a free company, then yeah, you're still way early in the game. But it's fun. It's fun. Like the thing with I've been to one other city. I think it's a major desert city. Okay, so you've been to Uldar. Okay. Pretty sure I've not joined any organizations. Yeah. So you're still super early. You're still super, super, super early. Yeah. Because I think the thing with Final Fantasy XIV, which is why it's had its ups and downs, is there are two factors involved. One is the subscription model for it, and the other is the narrative structure. So I've mentioned in a couple of times before that I do think that Final Fantasy XIV could benefit from having a second payment style available to its user base for people like me who are not necessarily able to play every week. For me, it does not make sense to have a subscription to the game because I cannot guarantee that I can even play for an hour every week. If, however, I could buy prepaid hours for the game, so that, okay, I know, oh, this week I actually, surprise, surprise, have time. I can put in an hour or 3. Nice, fun. And if I then don't play again for another 3 weeks, I have not lost a huge chunk of money. However, I don't think that the prepaid option should be the only option. The subscription still makes sense if you are a serious regular player, who is doing your dailies, and you are maybe doing ultimate raids and all of the high level in-game stuff, but definitely not for the casuals. You're right there, You're right there, Krahazek. Definitely not for the casuals. I know that the prepaid play is available in China, but it looks like it's available without the option for the subscription. And in that case, the serious players develop a subculture of feeling like, okay, a casual is wasting their time if they do poorly on something where they're maybe doing a duty relate or whatever. But if you had the two models, the two payment models running parallel, you would have both your casual and your serious players be able to choose the payment option that makes most sense for their lifestyle. And you would not lose players. You would not lose your casuals because they can't actually get there regularly enough to warrant the expense. If you buy on prepaids, you're more likely to know, okay, I might have 15 free hours in a month that I would like to be spending playing this game. Okay, and that's a very, very generous estimate for some people. Okay, 15 free hours is a very generous estimate for some people. And that, for a casual, might be the maximum that they get out of it. Whereas a serious player might be getting close to 20 hours or 25 hours out of a very slow week, or out of a very slow month. They might be putting in closer to 40 if it's a serious month. In which case, for them, the subscription makes sense, because if you do the tally, the number of play hours that you would expect the average person to spend, you'd need to actually get that data to see, okay, a serious player is going to spend this much time in a week playing. A casual player is going to definitely spend less. Gather the data on how many play hours a person spends, and then weigh your prepaid versus subscription hour rates so that the number of hours you will quote unquote purchase on the subscription for practical purposes costs less than if you had to buy that many prepaid hours, because then financially the subscription makes sense if you're going to use that many hours. But if you're not going to use that many hours, if you're only going to use half of that benchmark number of hours, or a quarter of that benchmark number of hours, then the prepaid would be cheaper and more affordable and accessible for a casual person. And I should absolutely not be anywhere near numbers. But like that is something that if I had the authority to make a suggestion to a financial department, that is what I would suggest. I remember once playing a game that offered a single payment for a month of game time. But you see, that's where the catch comes in with the month of playtime. Does that mean a calendar gated 30 days? Does that mean a calendar gated 30 days? Or does that mean the number of hours that you would get out of 30 days of back-to-back playtime. That is the question. And then on top of that, you need to consider, is that playtime able to expire? It was 30 days from the time you bought it? Yeah. Yeah, so that's basically a subscription. It's a prepaid subscription. It's just not on a renewal, not on an auto renewal. Yeah, so once it ended unless you actively bought more. Yeah, so it's basically a subscription, except it's not on an auto renew. But you're still locked to the calendar. The thing with a prepaid hour system is that it must not be calendar locked. Your hours that you buy mustn't expire. Because if the hours expire, it defeats the point of pre-buying your hours. Because you don't know when you're going to actually have those hours of playtime available. It was still more manageable, as you could go, I have this month and this month and I don't have to worry about cancelling. Yeah. You see, the thing is, a lot of people don't actually have the luxury of knowing how much time they're actually going to have in a month. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me and people like me who live in chaos, but the nature of existence as I know it is that if you think you are going to have free time, you can be absolutely 100% certain that someone else is going to find a wonderful way of filling it that you did not expect. You get like 100% certain someone is going to figure out a way to fill that time that you thought you had, that you're not going to have that free time. So until it's like right on top of you, you don't know that that time exists. So, maybe that's just my frame of reference of existence. Maybe. Anyway. Guys, it has been an hour after we stopped. It's been an hour after we stopped rigging. I have got to call it a day because the sun will be poking through my window in about 40 minutes-ish, give or take. So rest well when you get to it. Thank you guys so much for being here. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for the yap afterwards. I really, really appreciate it. I will see you all on Monday. And we shall see what happens in terms of the mood boarding thing. We'll see what happens in terms of the mood boarding thing. I think it'll be a fun way to kick off some community-esque stuff for the year going forward. So, until Monday, good night everyone, rest well, and cheery bye.